Hello everyone, Sienter here, and I believe Pokemon Passage is the Zaishin mission for today. So let's go grab that before we get started with anything. I hope everyone is doing well. I might want to do some bar tweaks, potentially, in the light of the recent skill update extravaganza. Where is the... Guess I could just do it directly. Zaishin Scout didn't have an exclamation mark over their head, which confused me. But anyway, hope everyone is doing well. Part of me feels like I'm forgetting something, but I couldn't tell you what. Only 3 allowed at a time. Do I need to turn some in? No. Well, these are more important than Pokemon Passage. Well, never mind that. Then, I guess I won't worry about it. Now means I have a really obnoxious trek to go back. I guess I just need that one. I don't need the other one. I'm so used to holding down both buttons at the same time. Kind of doing it by reflex. Anyway, hope everyone is doing well today. I suspect there won't be quite as many people dropping by as there were for the... near Crossroads, please. As there were for the previous thing, but that is fine. Okay. I might just do Master of Whispers this time anyway. Honestly, with the decreased cost of it, I'm going to go ahead and switch them over to Bone Fiends from Bone Horrors. I'm going to keep Shambling Horrors around, though. Let's see. I don't think there's a reason to stop using these. I can't think of a good one. Zed is fine. I might need to change Dunkoro, actually. You know, I think I might give her Shields of Regen. With its recent buff, by which I mean energy decrease, I think that's probably worth doing. I don't know why I have her having that much. Okay, yeah, she does have some Divine Favor skills that are important, but... it's probably fine. This is still hitting 10 regen, so... Elias I'm otherwise happy with. Yeah, Dunkoro I don't want to look at. He's fine. I might want to slot... I'm going to slot Fireball in over Meteor. Actually, because they made Fireball bigger, so that makes that a lot more appealing. Makes a bunch of enemies more dangerous, though. But still. Vec. Anything I want to change here? Like, this is nerfed a bit, but honestly, it's not so nerfed that I won't run it. Okay, that just leaves me. Do I want to keep running this? This is still fine. They didn't touch that. Mistrust is a lot weaker now. I might change out Mistrust. Better Enchantment's fine, Chaos Storm's fine. That wasn't touched. This is a lot weaker. I don't think it's so weaker that I'm not gonna like use it, but there's an argument for something like Panic being good too. Man, Backfire could be something that I'd want to use, but not at those stats. These are both notably weaker, but it's not like that matters a whole lot to me. Actually, I might run Cry of Pain. I've got plenty of Mesmer hexes from Gwen, so that should probably be fine, right? Actually. They might be thinking, Santier, what are you thinking? And what I'm thinking is, there's a part of me that's tempted to reduce... Man, I need to play my Ellie some more. That's tempted to reduce the number of hexes I have across my team. Oh, right, Dunkoro. In order to be able to guarantee that if I see a hexed foe, that Cry of Pain will work on them. But I don't think it's quite worth doing. I could throw on Mind Rack, but then I'd have to drop something else for that. It's not necessarily the worst plan, though. If I put on Mind Rack, I'd probably drop Shatter Enchantment. Not like there's any enchantments that I need to be shattering, so... Yeah, I might do that, actually. Yeah, I'll put Mind Rack there, I guess. Now let's swap these around like that. This is still an interrupt regardless. Yeah, okay, that's a little bit of range by recharge, but not quite. Puts Energy Surge a little bit more front and center. Hey, Mana Guy. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, Healing Burst was pretty heavily hit. So it stacks up. I mean, it's still good, but it stacks up less favorably against Spiritual Light, for instance, because they now both have the same recharge, and Light of Deliverance, rather, has a more party heal than this would have. So it makes me wonder what I want to run. I might still run this, but... This is a lot better. But I feel like this is a skill that I want to use on a secondary monk, not a primary monk. That makes sense. Let's actually switch him over to a Healer's Covenant bar. Don't need to Signet. I think the AI is a little stupid about maintaining it, but... Whatever, we'll see how that goes, eh? It does mean he's a little bit weak about healing himself. But Talcora does have some heals, so hopefully that makes up for it. I need to get some Divine Favor runes on my monks, though. Well, that's a problem for a future day. Or later this day, maybe. But certainly not a problem for right now. Got enough guards here to Stormy Ston. Yeah. We'll see how things feel with some of the adjustments that have happened. Obviously, Cry of Frustration is weaker. E-Surge is a lot weaker. Most of the other spells that I'm using right now actually weren't touched, though. I do think... I'm going to have to figure out how far I want to take this, this Mesmer in this campaign before I switch over to working on other characters, though. Because my Ellie clearly needs help. My elemental skill pool is way smaller than I want it to be. And, like, I know my assassin I want to do more stuff with, and... so on and so forth. My Dervish. Who are we fighting? It doesn't matter now. Hey, Ellis and Audrey, looks like. Welcome. How am I doing? I am doing fairly well. I'm about to get yelled at by Zed, who thinks we shouldn't be fighting over where I'm going to go, but, you know, that's his problem. I think he is whining about nothing. So I'm not going over where he doesn't want me to go. I'm going down where the enemies are. I need to take out for Master Reward. See, they really should... I don't know how hard it would be, but they should probably narrow down the box to be more central to that spot. Because, like, seriously, I'm not here to fight these guards. I'm here to fight solely, which is like you need to take this person out for the bonus. I don't know what's going on. No, no meteors. Okay, well, I'm down like a chump. No, that's Haraj. I'm like, why is there a centaur just standing around not fighting? Zed, are you not doing anything? But I'm like, that doesn't seem likely to be the problem. Yeah, those fireballs are actually pretty nasty now. That AoE size increase is huge for fireball. Trust me, I can't storm the garrison from this side. I don't know what Zed thinks is going on. Wait, that's the priests. I like targeting those specifically. Reversal of Fortune is not really something you can interrupt without a bit of luck on your side. Really appreciating the buffs to Minion Master. So those are pretty cool. Okay. Yeah, missed strip enchantment. Missed life. Boy, my timing is apparently terrible today. I do wonder if another skill would be preferable over E-Surge. I have this. It would do more direct damage to the target. Yeah, I don't know. I think I want the bigger area of effect. Because this is... Target foe cast enchantment slower if they're not under the effects of enchantment. Once applied, they take damage. A lot of the times it's just not going to deal damage, so it's just not worth messing with. The insects that they have here in the like background audio or whatever you want to call it do a phenomenal job of just making this area sound hot to me. Ooh, 5 bolts of linen is nice. I guess these are something that I'd want to... The zealots are something that I'd want to strip enchantments from, now that I think about it. Let's just clear that right up. Hello, random boss. That doesn't seem to be glowing very well. Oh, yeah, you're not a boss enemy, are you? Yeah, you are. Cap zealous benediction off of them, right? You're just not glowing the way I expect them to. I don't know what's up with that. No, it has the glow. It's looking really subtle for some reason. Okay, well, that cleared up the Cruel Taskmaster Brigade. Oh. Seems the Bone Fiend has decided I wanted to aggro this group. I'm not sure that's really worth it, but whatever. They're getting absolutely destroyed by the Elementalist Brigade. I wouldn't necessarily object to switching to other elites, but I need something that seems like it'd be fun to run, so... I need more depth of elites obtained. No. I unlocked that cell. Yes, yes. I can just check this. Wow, these guys are going down fast. Not a complaint by any means, of course, but it's a surprise is all. Bah. Thanks for photobombing, Zed. Please don't. I will say, that view is pretty neat. Yeah. There's a Taskmaster in this group. I was pretty sure, and then I'm like, where is this? Taskmaster, I'm pretty sure is here. Just hiding, I guess. The next Taskmaster is just over here. I don't know. I like this route where I go around the side, take out the Taskmasters, and then, or the Cruel Taskmasters, I guess they label them, and then go after some of these other. Oh yeah, I just got reversal of fortune off of like that. That was an interrupt based on gut instinct of like feeling out a timing that I expect, not anything else. Oh, spiritual pain. See, I'm gonna want to go bust that one out. There's 2 more taskmasters to go grab as well. No, don't need that going on. Okay, well, don't need to worry about anything else from that one. Yeah, there's a taskmaster. Yeah. There's 4 cells. There's 1 more taskmaster, though, in that area right there. So I'm going to just open this cell and then head down that way. Get that taskmaster and post up in those cells. And do the final assault. Doesn't actually take all that long. I'll probably end up fighting that group over there as well. Not like I feel I need to wipe all corners off this map, but... Should have Cry of Frustration, or whatever. The spell, Cry of Pain. Huh. I was expecting Reversal of Fortune, but I got Shielding Hands instead. It's just like one of those like gut feelings of, I expect this to happen now, and it always is super satisfying when you get it. When your intuition is honed and you're able to interrupt those quarter-second casts. It's very... Like, I've done it several times here, but... It doesn't make me likely to get it or anything. There's also more Illusion Magic's domain. Guess we'll go hit up this group and get those guys on the way back. Yeah, that makes sense. Have a Chaos Storm. Very different spell in this game versus Guild Wars 2. Been playing a Staff Mesmer a little bit in the Crystal Desert in Guild Wars 2. And very different. I am not necessarily using my skills super wisely at the moment, I am noticing. Where's the other one? There it is. One, two, five. What if one of the Veils Runners died already? It's always a possibility. Not like they're invulnerable or anything. Arctic and Hauba. Oh, yeah. I feel like that triggered this group to appear. I don't know. I don't know what the actual mechanisms are, but... What the heck was that bang? It probably didn't come through the microphone. It tends to be isolated fairly well. Okay, these guys are just being stupid. Ooh, more linen, though. I don't know why they're wearing their finery, but I will take it. I'm happy to have more linen as a rare crafting material. Useful for a number of fancy armors. Yeah, this game really punishes grouping up a lot more than Guild Wars 2 does. Honestly, like, it's one of the things that I've thought a number of times, but if, okay, like, if that guy is determined to run away from us, let him. If Guild Wars 2 got rid of the target caps on its AoE skills, Zerging in World versus World would become a bad strategy. Because, like, it's a really weird thing, but in Guild Wars 2, stacking on top of each other is highly encouraged because a lot of your, like, healing and buffing skills are AoEs around you because that game doesn't support single targets the way this game does. I mean, it does with enemies, but you don't do that with allies. Probably could, theoretically. It's nothing, like, technical about it, but just from a gameplay standpoint, it'd be difficult, right? Well, the way the game is designed. And so, like, because of that, encouragement, shall we say, to stack up on top of each other. Oh. Some people in my alliance are hanging out here. Neat. Don't know what they're up to, but that's cool. I will wave a hello. Right then. Anyway. But because of those design decisions, you know, you're encouraged to kind of group up on top of each other, which, you know, has its consequences. But the way that things work, you're not really discouraged from it, you know? I'm just going to save my hero skill points. So, like, in this game, you're highly encouraged to not stand on top of each other. There are some skills like wards that encourage it, but for the most part you want to spread out a little bit because AoE spells are so dangerous when you're grouped up. But because of the AoE cap, it actually distributes damage more to, like, if everybody was wide enough apart, like, that'd be one thing, but you're kind of in some regards encouraged to spread out quite broadly. And yeah, Master of Whispers, etc. I have been going with Margaret. I think I'll probably just go with Master of Whispers this time. Just for some variety, if nothing else. Also, like, if I get through Nightfall today, that's not happening. But if it did, then I could go get Pokémon's Passage. I might still get far enough that I can go pick it up. I want to come back to do it with Margaret after beating the game. But I need to get through Tihark Orchard at least. Anyway, I seem to have gotten somewhat distracted. The point that I'm trying to make is that if AoE spells actually hit in an area, like hit everyone within an area of effect, then it would strongly encourage yes. I think you want to go from crowding across roads here. It greatly encourage spreading out because stacking would be bad from a I am taking damage from everyone standpoint. Anchorites. Unfortunately, I don't think Anchorites has any value, but it is worth double checking that. Interesting, but not good. I mean, that's almost a max quickening mod, but... Oh, actually, I can just move that back down there because these victory tokens serve that role for me. Nothing of a special note other than just checking that Anchorites is in fact valueless. So yeah, it's just interesting how to think about how some of these design decisions affect stuff. And I'm not saying that necessarily that would be better either. It just there's certain advantages as well. Have a spare kit. And sell this junk off. Okay, I need to go this way. I believe Deja's over there. I guess we don't really have AoE or like party healing with this comp, do we? Oh no, we do. We have Heaven's Delight here. Helps a little bit. Kind of makes me want a water Ellie, but they only give you. I'd like them to give you Sin as a elementalist hero. To be perfectly honest, being able to have 4 Ellies for 4 elements would be very nice. But I don't know if they're gonna do that or not. Anyway, here's where Deja is hanging out. Yes, I know. You need me to prove myself to you. Look at how blue she is. Very blue. Much blue. Much random talking about the drought. Ellie is applying enchantments. Okay, always thinking of potential thumbnail screenshots, and that could be a neat unique one. I might actually want Panic for this fight, now that I think about it. Enchantment stripping would also probably be good. Yeah, because they're using the armor. Okay, Dunkor was being an idiot not putting on Healer's Covenant. I can tell that right off the bat. I mean, part of the problem here is Elias's bar is all about making minions, and these guys don't leave corpses, so... It is what it is. I'm sure he was saying some very important things there, but I did not care. Yeah, it definitely feels like a spot where I'd use panic. Elias will be fine. Part of the irony of this... Whoops, I'm running the wrong way. Part of the irony of this one is it's helpful to have a ranger. So Margaret's the Sly is actually pretty good here. But I imagine running panic will be good enough. I could run a really stupid bar on Master of Whispers, actually, if I really wanted to. Now that I think about it. Maybe I should. Maybe I should run a really stupid bar on Master of Whispers. I am not as familiar with these quests, because I do tend to take Margaret's route. Okay, so we need to kill some more Droughtlings. Kind of makes me wish I had swapped to Panic already, but... It is what it is, I suppose. We should kill a group of Hecate or two along the way. Yeah, I want some minions. I'll give Elias a few seconds here to raise some. There we go. That'll help. Field of Regen is definitely nice. Just gonna freaking have him apply that. The problem is he won't automatically reapply it if it gets stripped. I know it makes his spells technically weaker, but the energy management from that is just too good to ignore. And like optimally, you'd maybe apply it when your energy is starting to get low, rather than have it like up all the time. But the problem is AI is not smart enough, I don't think, to be able to manage it super well. I might just switch him over to Healer's Boon, but I kind of like the energy management from that, so I don't know. I think there's an Ellie boss over there. Icy Shackles, maybe? Could be wrong. My vague recollection, at any rate. Okay, these guys are not the threat. The Drotlings are. Okay. We've got this ranger boss here that I went to go capture from the other day. My ranger. Oh, well, I mean... Energy -5. Oh, this is a very strange bow. I'm not going to call that bow good. It's not bad. Definitely not good. But certainly better than many of my options. Okay. Let's go. I mean, it is really cool, don't get me wrong, to get a boss bow. So, boss uniques, I don't know how rare they ought to be or not. They could actually implement a uniques trader just because most uniques have are exactly the same as each other. The one exception is Kieran's bow, which is customizable for some absurd reason. Probably don't want it to be. My right leg has been kind of wonky for me lately, and I was realizing the posture I was having it, and then they're just there was probably not helpful. Yeah, she'll automatically take you in a Ryland Refuge, which I already have on my outpost list because I like to grab it earlier. But I already have Pokemon Passage as well.
There is a demonic force here, brought from the realm of torment. That creature now seeks to become the river.
What do you mean, become the river?
Life here depends on the ebb and flow of the river Elan. Should the demon bind the river to its will, nothing here will save Corner from its taint.
It's good to see you're concerned about your fellow countrymen.
Their lives are immaterial. But should Abaddon's influence spread further, the consequences will be dire.
How do you know all of this?
I make it my business to know. Now come, we must talk to Deja. She will help us defeat the demon.
I haven't seen that cutscene in a while. Don't think I caught that before it started fading, but that's okay. Okay. Hello, Deja. It would be prudent to use Ward Against Elements here. And I will want Panic. It's actually an argument for using like Arcane Thievery and Arcane Larceny. The argument is pretty straightforward. It's if I steal their spells, I can't use them. So. This is probably okay, right? Actually, Complicate might be a good idea. Do I have... It's complicating. I think I'll rely on Panic here. Yeah, that's probably fine. I do need to work Master of Whispers into my team comp. Probably should drop Elias, I think. The logic for that is pretty straightforward. Yeah, Blood Ritual. Is Blood Ritual good enough? Maybe. Possibly. Go to my guild hall. I want to get some runes for the Master of Whispers. I like to make him curses, so that's probably what I'm going to do here. Where do I have corn and coins? Over here? I don't tend to directly focus on getting corn and coins, so they're a little bit more scattered. Do I have an on 490? That probably isn't quite enough for what I want. Wow, Prodigies has come down a ton. So has Minor Inspiration. I wonder if people are abandoning Mesmer and selling off the runes. I could see Anchorites. Yeah, Anchorites is starting to climb a little bit. Not enough that I'm not going to just sell it now, but... I'm going to grab these. I want my monks to have them. Sure. What's this fan? Prop Paris fan? Oh, yeah, that's high energy Prop Paris fan. It's definitely something to be putting in my bank. I need to take some time to move some stuff around. Honestly, I might get some more material storage capacity. Just as a way of being like, thank you for working on this game. Also, here's some inventory spaces freed up for me. Bwahaha. But more inventory, more bank tabs is probably more valuable. Does that free up what? 1, 2, 5, 6, like 7 slots or something, and a new tab would give me 25. Not exactly commensurate to each other. I won't need a full platinum here, but... So I could do something silly, and I could run Master of Whispers as a Necro Ranger and give him Broadhead Arrow. If I wanted, actually, I could run him more condition-oriented and run Fevered Dreams. I believe that spams Dazed. I'll need to think about that. Buildcraft is not something I want to do in the guild hall regardless, though, so I'm not going to worry about that now. That might not be a bad plan, actually. Necromancer. I want Bloodstain Insignia. Yeah, Minor Blood. Minor Death. Minor Soul Reaping. Wonder why Major Soul Reaping is so high. Superior Curses. These are all good. Yeah, this doesn't surprise me. MMing has clearly gotten a huge buff, so I'm not surprised that they have received some more interest. I guess I used about a platinum, but... Bloodstained Boots. I want to put his death magic on them. Superior Curses. Minor Blood. Guess that leaves Soul Reaping. I always like to put Vigor on tunics. Not that I like to give Vigor to heroes, typically. I'm too cheap. Doesn't matter enough as well, I suppose. Okay, let's get out of here so I can actually see my skills. Okay, so if I went... Fevered Dreams. Yeah. Whenever target foe suffers from a new condition, all foes in the area suffer from that condition as well. Target foe has 2 or more conditions that foe is dazed for 3 seconds. Let's try Fevered Dreams here. Because Vec is also applying conditions with Thunderclap. And this applies Blind. That actually is probably a decent split. I'm going to go Monk on him. Most likely, I think, for hard res. Give him restore life. It's a nice one. I actually do like the idea of running enchantment removal. I'm probably going to go blood ritual on him. Because I think I might go SOS. Or Spiteful Spirit SS. I want to go straight up the nuclear option. That requires 12 to be able to do 2. Yeah, I might go nuclear option and go Chillblains here. Soul Barb's is also going to be extremely good in this team comp. Regular Bob's not so much in this kind of configuration. Shadow of Fear just doesn't synergize well with that. $38's just such a small amount. I think Dark Pact could probably get buffed, and it wouldn't be a huge deal, but... Vessels. Let's give you remove hacks. That doesn't hurt. Just a little bit more party support in that regard. I don't know if this is going to work well or not. It might not, but it certainly seems reasonable to try, you know? And there's some burning from Rodgor's Invocation. That's good, too. Argument for running a Mind Burn build. I don't think I have Mark of Rodgor unlocked yet. Do I? Should be between Liquid Flame and Meteor, so no. Well, we'll see how this goes. Should be fine, right? Right? Okay. I'm going to try for Masters here, obviously, but definitely a dangerous boss. I guess I don't need to, strictly speaking, talk to her, do I? What if I'm rearranging my legs. I don't know if this was a good rearrangement or not, but it is the rearrangement I am trying. Could say. These guys probably not super susceptible to panicking, but they will degen nicely. And hopefully the team does okay with Blood Ritual instead of BIP. I do actually want to try motivation support, but I need more of the skills, so... Probably get a lot of them on my Dervish. Right? Getting a little bit confused about where my skills are, but that's okay. Deja is doing her best Prince Rurik impression, which is not desirable, but is nevertheless what she's doing. Hello, flying... Oh, never mind. Goodbye. Why would you even want AI viewers? What would be the point in that? I cannot comprehend what these people are thinking. Well, thankfully I don't need to. They want to make no sense, they're welcome to. Do I have Hada? It doesn't really matter. She doesn't have access to a lot of skills right now anyway. I don't want to babysit his healer's covenant, but he's an idiot and removes it from himself when he shouldn't. Or doesn't apply it when he should. I don't know. So I kind of need to. I am certainly missing the minions right now, but we'll get them back later. I don't do a whole lot at present, so... Or, I mean, they would do a whole lot, but they're not going to be good against this boss, is what I'm trying to say. Not a Mesmer Hex. That's okay. Hello, random corner engineer. Just ignore me. Stupid demons making the stupid equipment rust. Well, somebody's not satisfied, eh? But if you want to stay around me, you're going to need to take damage, you know? I'm still really confused why they decided Strapping Chop needed to have a additional, like a 1 second recharge. I don't know what it was doing. It's not like I particularly was fond of the skill either way, though. Hi. Ready your strength, Sun Spears. We shall purge this abomination from our lands. That's my Master of Whispers impression. How did I do on a scale of 1 to sounds just like him? Okay. I'm going to wait for some of these skills to recharge. In particular, I want... Let's make sure our elementalists are up on their enchantments as well. That's gonna hurt, I was trying to say. Move back, please. Okay, well, Sandstorm got interrupted. Well, the good news is they killed it. So we had victory. Was it an ugly victory? Yes, it was, but it was a victory. And I will take that. Zed's finished leveling up. That's good. One where you want snares, isn't it? I'm going to try just leaving that and seeing how well he works. I honestly don't know how effectively she is using that. Shared burden. Actually, I'm going to give her shared burden. That's going to be good here. I like this plan. It seems like a good plan to me. I'm going to drop Zed for Elias. They want minions back. That means Master of Whispers does not need Blood Ritual, and therefore does not need Blood Magic at all. Which is fine by me. I'm going to leave him with that, but with the reintroduction of minions, I am going to give him Barbs. I think Shared Burden should be sufficient for the bonus. What I need for the Master. I'm going to go ahead and go back to E-Surge rather than trying to make Panic work. I think Panic is probably pretty good, but I don't know. I don't feel like I need it just yet. I'd rather have the damage. That's how I feel right now anyway. Okay. I don't think I need to worry about depositing that money just yet, though. All right. Minions are good. Got the Omega Snare. I kind of want to replace Frustration with something, but it also is doing damage and synergizes with a lot of what I'm doing to boot. In short, I'm not sure what I'd replace it with necessarily. Oh, this part sucks. I'm going to stretch while they're talking. That was good. Some good stretching. Hi. Dunkoro's right. I don't trust you. I kind of want to move over to using illusion magic myself. I need to make a new headpiece for it. Maybe I'll do that when I get to Wherever headpieces are sold. Yeah, I'm certainly not gonna get an affordable one in Kodesh Bazaar. Ow. Well, he is using it, so I don't know. No. 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 Okay, that one I'll let through, I guess. Kinda want Blackout, though. Maybe I'll do some fun stuff for Gwen. And then switch myself over to primarily illusion magic at some point. That triggers the next one, right? This part's always a little annoying. The main problem is these guys drop spirits of toxicity. And if you attack their spirits, they aggro onto you. So it's like, I want to just let them pass. 30 seconds of spirit of toxicity. Yeah, but it's right there. There it goes. Okay, not too bad, I guess. Unfortunately, it costs Elias a bunch of his minions just standing around doing bump kiss, but I guess Energy Surge is now more in line with a lot of the other damage spells. Energy Burn would hit a little bit harder, right? Yeah, that'd do 99. Yeah. I don't really want to go that way, so good job on figuring that out, I guess. Those guys are still going to instantly combust themselves. Okay, Gwen on aggressive. I'm going to tell her to hit that Corsair runner with the snare. Well, are you going to do it or not? Okay, well, Gwen screwed this up for us. You know what part of the problem is, too? Yeah, this is really annoying, but part of the problem is I needed to have wanded in order to have triggered aggro. Because the AI, when they're on the AI is just very bad with enemies like that who are acting in a passive manner. I tried, but... And I think it would have worked, too, if Gwen had actually... Like, if I had been in charge of it, it would have absolutely worked. But because Gwen was determined not to take action, no action was taken, and by the time I was getting her to do stuff, it was way too late. That's why it's ideal not to rely on the AI there if you can help it. And I didn't think I was, but... Thought I'd queued things up well enough, but... Oh well. Honestly, I wouldn't mind retrying that so much if the first part of it didn't suck, waiting around for that conversation to finish. But here we are. It does. Okay. I need Shield of Absorption cast on me. I'm about to get my face pelted in by arrows, I assume. Yeah. Well, took too long, and then I was dead. So that was less than ideal, but... Master of Whispers just leveled up. That's nice. Okay, well, the fact that we got those guys down means that we can go here to the middle pretty well. We absolutely trounced him. He spent too much time standing around in the thing and lost all of his energy, I think. Okay, Master of Whispers, you leveled up. Actually, I think I'm gonna take a slight detour back to Consulate Docks and get a an illusion headpiece. So I have that, but this is a domination magic, so I do have minor illusion. Let's see. Radiant Discreet Mask. Probably use this, right? Dye it purple as well. Okay. This is a domination staff, so I'll lose damage, but nothing else, so it doesn't really matter. Not like I was doing much wanting damage in the first place. Okay, I'm gonna go illusion magic. Gwen has a minor illusion rune. I'm gonna swap her over to domination and do some fun stuff there. Okay. Way on terraces. I need to obviously change some bars around, but I'm gonna take a lot of what she was doing, I suspect, away from her. I'm gonna go like power block, fire frustration, complicate. Unnatural signet, mind rack. I'm gonna give her energy burn though. I might go grab her some runes too while I'm at it. Chaos Storm. Okay. Let's go hit up runes. Good old Gwen. Got going on here. 0 runes. A lot of platinum for runes for Gwen. Minor fast casting is perfectly affordable. Area domination, perfectly affordable. Minor magic. Okay. Didn't even cost me a plat to give her those, which seems crazy compared to the days of yore, but what do I know? Okay. Power block should be fun. And I'll be happy to not be worrying about... I'll keep Cry of Pain, because I think Cry of Pain is just versatile and therefore is good. But I'm going to use Shared Burden, I think. It's just a strong effect. What else would be fun? I could just use Frustration. Why not? Soothing Images could also be kind of good. But Calculated Risk is maybe a little bit weaker with some of this setup, but that's okay. Yeah, maybe Shared Burden is not ideal. And Aptitude is probably a little bit better, but... I think they could give Recurring Insecurity 5 energy cost and it'd still be fine. Hot take, maybe. Warm take. Remember, Harpies are the real scourge of hobby. Distracting shot. Now that's just rude. Wow. 105 damage off of that is brutal. Wow, 115. That is definitely something. Just casual 30 damage per second. Yeah, heals maybe half of it when it ends. Witches of Remorse might actually be a good choice here. And think about that. It might be better than Calculated Risk. Talcora, it's been years since we went to school together. I see you've fallen in with quite the group of heroes. A mysterious man approached me the other day while I was tending the old temple. He is a member of an old and powerful order. He told me to pray here and wait for your coming. Through my meditations, Lissa showed me the perils you have faced, and I learned of the evils of War Marshal Varish. The mysterious man told me he would wait for you in the Chantry of Secrets. We will meet again in Yatendi Valley. I have foreseen it. I think what my objective for this character for today, there's a lot of qualifiers there for you, is to, wow, that is a strong combination of effects. So if I hit attack skills, it knocks them down too. Let's see. If skills interrupted deals double damage. Yeah, frustration is definitely really strong. But getting through Tihark Orchard seems reasonable to do on this character, and then I want to spend some time on some other, like I want to go grab the one thing, and then I want to spend some time on some other characters. No, that's not my business. Okay, that's not my business. I'm definitely feeling a little flustered because I don't really have a sense for what I'm doing with this bar because it's a little bit more complicated. I'm used to running the interrupt heavy bar as well, so that is also contributing to some of my, what am I doing here? Sensations. I'm definitely less focused on stopping casters than I was previously. Took him a year to cast that. Okay. Sometimes you try to do stuff to an enemy and they adamantly refuse to fall into your ploys because they're too busy applying other effects. That's a little sad, but here we are. I think I want my bar slightly rearranged. I don't know if Gwen fully comprehends the idea of interrupting that, but... Here, enjoy. Okay, I'm kind of curious. If you hex a foe with one of the skills that punishes somebody who heals them, and then you hex them with Illusion of Pain, do you take damage when Illusion of Pain ends? Like Scourge Healing or whatever. There's a Necromancer version as well. That's an elite. Hello, Chantry of Secrets. I think I'm not getting enough use out of that, so I think I'm going to put Images of Remorse on instead. I do feel like I don't have as much to do against casters as I would ideally like, though. Not sure how I'd want to change that. I could potentially get some Inspiration Magic and bring another Interrupt there. Power Drain, maybe? I don't think I care enough to do that, though, because I can still just put on, like, Illusion of Pain and Accumulated Pain. I'm not sure if Gwen is using Power Block as much as I want her to. Whatever, I'm not going to worry about it too much right now. Sure, I'll grab an Arcane Mimicry for free. Seems good. I think, actually, I have... No. Probably, like, thought about some of getting Hada. Not sure. Maybe not. I just noticing that Vec and Sosuke have like 1 point different. That gives 8 energy. Gives 10. That gives +3 while hexed, but that's not happening at the moment. Let's see why I gave him that. It is slightly better. Okay, now I'm really perplexed. That gives plus 10 energy. And that gives plus 8 energy. So where is the 1 point discrepancy coming from? Sosuke have... Ah, it's the rune. Okay. He has energy storage and Vec does not. That makes sense. So Vec is compensating for by plus 2 energy. I don't think spending time figuring that out was particularly useful, but it was interesting, at least. I'm going to swap those, I think. Okie dokie. I'll be in Tihark Orchard before too much longer. I will probably want some inspiration magic then, because I'm going to want Ether Feast for healing almost certainly. But Illusion will still be good, because I think I have Distortion, right? We have it on a different character, not this character. Distortion would be quite useful, but regardless, Illusion Magic will help. I'll probably run Ineptitude. That'll help protect me against random nonsense. Nope, so that's cap lock, not reverse tab. You know, Gwen, I don't know, hoping, maybe this was too much to hope, that you might do something about, the meteor and fireball and stuff, but I guess you were too busy doing other things. Like, switch her over to panic. I feel like I'm missing a bunch of domination magic elites, so that's something I'm going to want to be addressing here at some point. Probably prudent to wait for these enemies to... Enemies usually have a moment of, like, they wander around and then they cluster. And that moment of clustering is perfect for dropping random nonsense on them. There's a healer around here somewhere. Yeah, there it is. My goodness, frustration can really turn out the damage. I bet we're getting a lot of Soul Barb's damage on from Master of Whispers as well. But obviously I can't see what his damage numbers are. staying hydrated. Delicious. You know, actually, something that they could do with some illusion magic hacks, I don't know which it would be. Probably not recurring insecurity. I'd have to look through what some of the options are. But you could also potentially do this domination magic. But have a hex on a foe that deals a tick of damage per second for each hex on that foe. Actually, that would work super well on Necro. You could definitely turn a curse. Like, if Lingering Curse, instead of being like they have some amount of health regen, if it was they lose or they take damage equal to the number of hexes on them each second, that would be very good. But anyway, I'm a Sunspear General. It's my only title right now. I'm almost Canthan Protector. I'm probably missing Eternal Grove? Question mark. Yeah, I need to go do Eternal Grove. That's probably not a bad idea to go be doing here soon. Well, it gets me money, which is valuable. It does not get me map progress, especially. That's useful, but I've always liked this map. Just being a random night map is pretty cool. I'm not going that way. That way is stupid. This is Yatendi Valley. No, this is Vatendi Valley. Wait, that's Yatendi Canyons. Yatendi Valley. What was her line earlier? Do I still have it in my blog? Hang on. Gwen and Elias, you're in the way. I'm just trying to determine if there is a typo in the previous thing calling this Yatendi with a Y instead of Vatendi with a V, but I wasn't really thinking about it at the time, and it doesn't seem to still be in my log for reasons beyond my knowledge. Anyway, I'm going to go to the Kodesh Bazaar. Yeah, that is a stupid direction to go. There is good stuff down that way, so it's not like there isn't any reason to head over that direction at some point in time. I think there's one of those treasure chest loot thingies, for example. That actually worked. I feel like I'm really inept with this particular bar. I get the idea well enough of what I'm trying to do, but like actually executing it, I don't feel like I'm doing a great job of it. No. My goodness, I have a lot of potential burst damage though against physical attackers. The signal of clumsiness is very strong. I could see wanting to have a second set of gloves for domination magic, because I could see wanting to sub in some interrupts from domination magic in particular. It just gets you straight to the Kodesh Bazaar, though, rather than going through this whole other zone. Kind of the back entrance, though. That guy made a really bad choice. Yeah, I might go make some gloves and put them up with the minor domination rune. They do like the idea of dipping into some domination magic for like a power spike or whatever. Or one of the interrupting signets that's in there. It's definitely one of those like heads up moves that I'm doing right now of just going straight to Kodesh Bazaar this way, just because the compass or like the quest itself does not direct you this direction. I am gonna go see if there's any skills for me to pick up though. Probably not, but this is like an area where you get a new batch of skills available, so it does not hurt to check. The Warden of Whispers over here. They may have something worth picking up that I do not already have. Which I couldn't pick up if I already had it. Do you know how that goes? Etc. Etc. Mesmer skills. Okay. Go ahead and pick up. I have been wanting diversion on this character, so I might as well pick up all of those. I have one hero skill point. Okay. That unlocked a couple of more skills for me, so that's good. I don't know if Bram will have anything particularly new. It's fine if he doesn't. Okay, I need to identify the half moon as well. That's unlocked. That's unlocked. I still need discharge enchantments. That's the only skill from him that I need. I may be able to get that elsewhere off of Hero Skill Trainer as well. So it's not exactly a skill that I'm eager for in the same way that I am some of these other ones. So I'm not going to worry too much about it at the moment. How warm it's gotten outside. It's definitely seems like it's a warmer day than it has been the past couple of days. Several couple deposit materials. Not gonna worry about this glove situation just yet. I think I would want to turn in some mirrors first, if nothing else. That's going to be another day's issue entirely. Like, normally you get dumped into Kodesh Bazaar after talking to the NPC here and doing Tihark Orchard, because this NPC will take you to Tihark Orchard. So grabbing, there's nothing stopping you from getting Coach Bazaar or any of that stuff now. So doing so seems reasonable and logical to do. But anyway, Font of Bliss. And then the priestess in her sexy outfit. I don't need to watch this cutscene. I do want to add Master of Whispers to my party before turning this quest in, however, because I want him to get the experience points from it. Oh, perfect. Okay, get out of my party now. I need to remember to give him the rest of those other things, but it's okay. I'll be worried about later. I now have enough trade contracts, nicely enough, to be able to go get a gemstone. I don't feel a need to be doing that just yet, though. Okay. Not gonna use that. Might keep frustration. Wandering Eye is good for damage. AK is good. Let's drop frustration. I won't have the energy management necessarily either, so. I want an aptitude for fighting harpies. I want to focus my energy on things like Wandering Eye. I have elemental resistance, but I don't seem to have physical resistance, unless I'm missing it. No, I might have it unlocked, but not on this character as well. It would be handy right now, but not vital. Might just slot on Ether Signet and call it a day. I don't know if this is going to go well or not, but I would like physical resistance, but if I don't have it, I don't have it. Evil warrior armor. They made that with Skinny Guild Wars too. I know, because I have it unlocked. Hello, Morgan. Okay, Dende. Have fun, you two. Either that or I don't like bananas. I don't know. Obviously, you don't appreciate true art. Either that or I don't like bananas. That must be what they're talking about. I don't know. If you go slowly through here, then you won't get conversations overlapping like crazy, but that's not conducive to my current interests, which are getting through this quickly. So I think I want to go spend some time on my Dervish after this, which might bring us back to the same areas, but You're going down, Silent Clown. Drums. The violin. Hi. Taunt. It's a fun exercise in Do You Know Your Emotes? They have a reference to this in the Garden of Sabrina and Guild Wars 2, which I think is cool. Okay, Jajumba. Why is this music going this way? I'll give Prince Buck the magnificent gift of your head. Well, that was quick and easy. This is probably the part that I'm not going to say most concerned about, because the harpies are more dangerous than this guy, but it's interesting how you fall into sort of routines or routes that you take through these missions. I always circle around this way. Not that I have a perfect routine for... And then, like, while he's giving his speech, I make my way over to Zelo the Drunkard. Activate this. Do these guards have drinks? No. I don't think so. You can see horticulturalist on, by the way, who's going to be relevant later. Anyway, that guy just had a bad day. Hey, do you have a drink? I'm going to take your drink. Well, that worked out really smoothly. I don't think he liked Illusion of Pain. I didn't, unfortunately, get AK, or, I don't know. I want to call this Accumulated Pain because it makes me think of Accumulated Knowledge from Magic the Gathering. But, Accumulated Pain, AP, I guess. I didn't get that to trigger, and I'm realizing that I maybe removed more skills than I should have if I wanted that to happen, but... And no, I won't end with him. Finance Minister Luda. Have this vase. And you get all sorts of random details here. Hey, Norgu. Would you stop body blocking me? Thank you. Okay. We have a harpy infestation. And I'd like to introduce them to an aptitude. Seems I have successfully introduced them to an aptitude. Ooh, a Vobbing key. That's 300 gold. Distracting shot. Well, that's just rude. I used that too early. Okay, well, whatever. We'll just have to deal with that fact. By we, I mean me. I'm happy to collect wings. 5 energy. Oh, yeah, because that's the wrong skill. Okay. Well, got through that nice and easy. Thank you. So this guy who has the next primary quest, probably. Major fire magic. Well, that's not worth anything. Okay. I'm gonna need to go out to the Mirror of Lists next for when I do stuff. Hey, Rara. I mean, that area just feels super threatening, doesn't it? Okay, Embark Beach time. I'm definitely always a little worried when I fight them, too. For what it's worth. You need harpy wings for, making the Moa chick, so I'm just gonna hang on to them. Okay, Major Fire is almost certainly not worth anything, but due diligence, I am correct. Man, I love the chest mechanic, and I wish... I am just running around Natsuko here. I wish it felt worth engaging in. Unfortunately, it just typically does not. Okay, Zenshu. I did a Tihark Orchard for you. I mean, I did it for me, but I also did it for you. Let's grab Pokemon Passage. For the future. Since I'm by myself, I don't mind traveling through Commodon. Right, Kodesh Bazaar. Okay. I think I will get a party back into position. There. But I want to spend some time back on my Dervish, because I want to get some more Dervish and Paragon skills, and I'm getting Paragon skills on my Dervish to a good extent. I mean, I could potentially grab this. Okay, I don't really need to. What do I have? I also have Tihark Orchard. And Boreas Seabed, you say? Okay, for right now, I just... Man, I would love for them to add Consulate Docks once you get it to this travel thing. I would love that. There's so much space there. It's not like they would not have room. Right. This is the Decade Scythe. Corna Consulate Docks, because it's easy to get to. I'm gonna check here first. How many? What's my hero? Oh boy. I just need to spend some more time on this character in general. Hello, Shunlai Chest. I'm gonna withdraw 4. I don't know what I was doing on this character last, or what skill I thought I was gonna go capture. Okay, Liba, please tell me I have some hero skills banked up. Oh, I do not. Okay. That's unfortunate, but... So, like reality. Okay, a lot of these spear skills I'm not going to get on this character, but I do want to pick up some motivation, I think. Yeah, because I want to pick up... Some of these I already have unlocked. I want to pick up a lot of the adrenaline ones on my warrior, and the other ones on like a ranger, probably. Vicious attack is actually pretty good if you have other skills going on. Every surrender I have unlocked. I don't know if Fury I don't. Motivation is definitely what I feel like needs the most love. I'm gonna go ahead and grab Energizing Course, I guess. Okay, so I just need to play this character more. Am I at what? I'm so confused. Okay. I literally am on the same step narratively. So I guess we're just gonna like play that back. What was I going to go capture? I have a signal of capture floating around. I have Song of Purification, so it can't be that. Offensive Anthem. Anthem of Guidance. Wow, 2 adrenaline for that. Hang on, I'm gonna look up some elite locations. Nightfall. You can get Icy Shackles and Mesmer Isles. That's neat. Other characters are interested in Cruel Spear. I could go get Focused Anger. I might want to get stick to getting leadership stuff on my warrior though. Barber Shore has Crippling Anthem. Maybe. Oh, and it has Vow of Strength. Maybe I should just go get both of those. That sounds plausible. Do I have a second signal capture? I do. Okay, well, whatever. We're going to do that. Is there anything I need to change in my team comp? Probably not. I don't know what Elias's business is here, though. Yeah, sure, whatever. Yeah, this is fine if a bit wonky. I don't know how much Anthem of Guidance is doing anything, but it's not doing something, so why not? Okay, I have weird team build things going on here. I mean, I do like Peace and Harmony. You know what? It's fine. It'll be fine. Cautery Signet, though? I think Margaret deserves a little bit better than Cautery Signet. Those are Expert's Dexterity instead. Okay. Character apparently didn't believe in investing in runes. That's okay. She didn't believe in investing in fallback incoming chains, so that's something. Yeah, I have plenty of energy. I went the wrong way. Excuse my lapse in judgment. Oh, maybe I was going to go get Ebon Dustor. I mean, I can still go do that, though. And I might as well get Vow of Strength and the other one while I'm here. I assume these are all in the same spot. I should double check that, though. I also need to go get some skills in Badok Caverns, so we'll worry about that. Agu. Yeah, he's in that area where I expected him to be. Okay. Well, we can go grab 2 skills now, and then maybe another 2 skills, and then maybe I'll have some skill points after that. This character just needs to do more stuff, so I have some skill points on her. Is really what this is coming down to. This is in my way. like visually. Oh yeah, they buffed Pious Assault for some unknown reason. I certainly don't object. Okay, Blue Tongue Hecate needs to go down. Pious Renewal doesn't so much need Pious Renewal needs a nerf in the sense that they need to make Teardown less vital to Dervish kind. Like, Teardown strategies are just too much at the heart of Dervish, and that makes Pious Renewal just so good. And there's a greater balance thing that needs to happen there to address that, in my opinion, but no, there is still an enemy over there. Well, they've gotten it, it looks like. I don't know how much we really need peace and harmony, but yeah. I know this was boss, right? Yeah, I didn't think so. It's level 1 Spirit of Toxicity. No wonder it's so fragile. I'm gonna be honest, was not expecting a plant bounty there. Definitely was not. This map's skybox is incredible. There's not a ton of reasons to come out here. There are a few quests out this way because it's Nightfall and it's also the campaign of quests. But like seriously, there's just so many quests in this campaign. But okay, maybe feeling a little bit better about peace and harmony. Although restore condition may be a little bit better. Depending. Yeah, you can see Ruthless Savad. I mean, yeah, we can go fight him, I guess. Not really why I'm here. Talk to him? What's going on here? Oh, the Foolhardy Father. Ask for money, but I see that Zadash has hired self swords to do his talking. I forgot that I had a quest out here, to be honest. Hopefully it doesn't mess up my capping plans. That would be vaguely irritating. Well, what do you say? What is this? Let's see. I'll tell you what, if you search rocks, there's an old herbalist in Jobway traveling to the market coast as we speak. The old man carries a lot of supplies, bringing the supplies, and you're in my silence. Yeah, whatever. I don't care about you. What happened with the Foolhardy Father? Okay, I can go turn that in. I think the boss I need was over this way. Maybe? Around here somewhere? One of them? But it might not spawn if that quest is active. Let's check. Yeah, now Foolhardy Father is active. Okay, hang on. I need to go turn in this quest today. Foolhardy Father took. I want to go grab these elite skills and stuff and things and... Hey! You settled the debt with Savad? I mean, I beat his face in. Okay, whatever. We're going back out there because that was an extremely failed skill capturing run on account of having a quest I didn't even realize I had. That's probably what got me into trouble. I was probably following that. Oh well. Probably should edit Margaret's bar more. EBH. I don't know what enchantment you have on you, but I guess it doesn't really matter. Probably something this guy's casting. Well, he's not a problem anymore. Okay. So I accidentally locked myself out of that skill capping attempt 1. But the good news is I'm not limited in number of attempts I make, so that's good. Yeah, we'll go with that. Definitely got me with something there. There's a bunch of like motivation basically in that recent update. If you didn't see, I had my last stream, I went through all of the skill updates, and motivation got a huge injection on the arm. Like, they really... Weird way of phrasing it, but, you know, the super soldier serum or something, Captain America, blah, 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 I have no idea. But the point is, it was massively buffed, so now it seems like a skill I want to use. Or a attribute line I want to use, whatever. That sentiment. That's not what I wanted here. So, I want to go get the skills for it. Which I'm getting largely on this character. Because that's what I decided to do. More than any other particular reason, I suppose. Okay, everybody but Margaret the Sly's doing okay on energy. I don't know why Margaret's doing poorly, to be honest. Level 15 bosuns are not threatening, though. Okay. I don't know who's spamming the interrupts, but they're very annoying. Probably some Mesmer somewhere. I don't like Dunkoro dying. Elias is a little bit less of a problem if he dies, but... Excuse me, I'm going to pick up this skill. I do need Stand Your Ground. That's another one that I would really like for my command options, purposes, reasons. Honestly, that probably works fine with fairly low investment. Okay. The other boss should be around this map somewhere. Oh, fall back. Like, what did Margaret do to make her lose all of her energy? And then I'm like, oh, that's what it was. I do feel like it's really weird. The Sun Spear ranks like are just very weird. I don't know. I want to express sentiments about my thoughts about them, but like the only sentiment that I really can express well is they're weird. Looks like I haven't done like any factions on this character, though to be fair, I'm not sure what I would be doing necessarily. This only goes over a little underwhelming, I will admit. I don't know why they're stealing cloth shipments and stuff, but... Give me that tall shield. Random chest. There's a oh yeah, that has the flower in it. I believe the Vow of Strength boss is over here somewhere, but let's take out this group first. This is a Mesmer. Well, I mean, if you want to interrupt this, 5 seconds on cripple. Honestly, this is pretty reasonably statted. I probably had Spirit Shackles on me, come to think of it, and that's why I had no energy. Did I just get a skill point? Because if so, that's pretty good. I needed more of those. You are being a butt. It's the next attack skill used by each ally within earshot. That actually works with spirits, so that's kind of cool. Attack spirits, but you know. Okay, got through that group. That chest just has a preserved red iris flower in it. I mean, I might as well grab it because why not? But I already have a couple of swamp flowers. I don't know why I have swamp flowers. I'll be blunt here. Captain Alson is apparently who we're fighting next. We're just taking down all of the Corsairs. But it's like, this rank up system, like, it functions, right? But it's kind of like this weird, like, it does quests, but like, why would you get Spear Marshal? Like, if it wasn't for the quest, it'd be like, okay, but you can become a Spear Marshal just by going out into the map and killing a bunch of enemies, right? Which doesn't necessarily make a lot of sense. This skill would actually be pretty good to put on Margaret. I am super conditioned man right now. So many conditions on me. Okay. Oh, yeah. This is the one I'm looking for. Ow. No, have fewer things on you, please. There's Vow of Strength. Happy to go capture that. My... Huh, Wisdom is up to 80. That's cool. Yeah. 1,500. That's a good bit of a ways away. Naraki. I don't have any Lightbringer rank yet. That's actually not surprising, but a little sad. Okay. Can't do Rylon Refuge without Master of Whispers in my party. There's a couple of elites to go capture this direction, I believe. Yeah. Wandal's the angry. It's focused anger. Oh, it looks like I can get there from either Maddox Carface or Wayhan Terrace. The other boss, or the other skill in there is Zealous Vow from Ceylon Beautiful Water. He was in like the exact opposite end of the map, so that's inconvenient all around. But why not? I need both of these skills eventually anyway. They might as well be eventually to now. I'm going to need to stump more. Well, I'm already in this map, and it doesn't matter much when I take too much. Anthem of Guidance is not an especially useful elite for her. Hang on, I'm going to... I think I'm going to drop her Shadow Arts for command. I'm going to give her Crippling Anthem, go for the eyes, and a dubiously weak Never Surrender. Actually, no, that much Critical Strike does make sense just for making Critical Strike a little bit better. Maybe she doesn't need it. I think that 4 breakpoint seems pretty good. That still is reasonable. Yeah, let's go with that. I do need to spend some more time on my assassin in general, but neither here nor there. This is definitely nice when enemies spam gunk on you. Degunkening is very handy. Feel like I might want to just swap her over to Barrage on account of its barrage. Of course she wants to use it. Lightning Orb is definitely energy intensive. I don't know why I don't have Shock Arrow on his bar. Yeah, that's fine. Bloodbond is good. Barbs, like all of this is fine. Weaken Armor is maybe unnecessary with Thunderclap though. I might give him enchantment removal. No, he has enchantment removal. It's called Chillblains. What am I thinking? Actually, let's just give him Signet of Lost Souls instead. I think that's probably a little bit better. Okay, that's fine. This is map. So I'm going for Zealous Vow and yeah, there's a Do Not Touch in here. So I need a boss that's kind of like due south, and then I need a boss that's like way over. Where's the Do Not Touch in this map though? Southeastern corner of the map. So we'll want to go. Okay, this is going to be extraordinarily inefficient because there's no efficient path through this place. But that's acceptable. So let's just go to the closest boss first, I guess. Definitely relying on my back line to keep us all alive. I think I know where I need to go for this. This area really is saturated with guys, isn't it? Sheesh. It turns out Pyromancy be good, and that Fireball buff, I'm sure, is helping, but it is not the sole reason for Acolyte Sosuke absolutely cleaning house. I should have brought Irresistible. Well, it's not super important, I guess. Zenmai can crack those too. Margaret definitely uses up a lot of energy, but... I kind of want a leadership scythe now. I'm not sure how easy that is to find. I know from... Where is it? Harmless. Is either of those ones that I need? I know from what has been said and stuff. No, I don't need either of those. It's a Necro and a Monk. But I might need to pass through them to get to where I'm trying to go. That they are aware of the desire for a weapon mods trader, and that like it's on their radar. So I am grateful for that. I have expressed multiple times my desire for it. Honestly, a uniques trader would also be nice, but a lot of that's because it would be way easier to get equipment for heroes if we could just, like, go to a trader and get the stuff we need. Okora is definitely running through her energy. Hang on, I want to get this Corsair Guard off of her face. It's amazing how much you can improve things for your team by taking some simple actions. Balthazar's Pendulum. But I already captured that elsewhere, so it's not importance. Ow. Not of importance here. I have no idea what this guy's lead is. Reaper's Mark? Yeah, I already got that one too, so. There's Wandals, the Angry. That's what I'm coming here for. Not sure how good it is without any investment in leadership. But, I mean, right now I have investment in Soul Reaping. This is my Scythe. But a Zealous leadership, or a Furious leadership Scythe, that could be pretty spicy. I just don't know how hard that would be to acquire. What are these Cornins doing with these monkeys anyway? This is some kind of weird monkey business. I definitely don't need the Soul Reaping right now. Yeah, so you'd need some investment to make that at all useful. It's probably not bad with like the 5 that you'd get from the thing. Not amazing, but not terrible. Right now it does literally nothing though. So I want to hit up the do not touch that's in the area, because that's going to give me some money. It's not as important right now as skill points, although I'm pretty close to another. Wow. 250,000 is so few experience points. Fortunately, this is doubling the amount of XP I get from corner soldiers, but only 4 promo points per kill. Later ones will give you 7. That's not until... I'm going to activate that for no reason other than why not. What is this classified as? An elite skill? Devoid of any sort of truly unique specification? Yeah, Zenmai is doing fine on energy. Energy, you might say. Okay. Should be another boss somewhere in this corner up this way that I'm heading towards that has the Dervish skill I'm after. I admit to not being the most knowledgeable about this map. There's very few reasons to actually come in here outside of the mission, and the mission only takes place in part of it. Not no reasons, obviously. I'm coming in here for some skill capturing, and there's the do not touch that will reward me with some funding, but... Monster Hunt. These certainly are monsters. Freaking mandragores. Stoneflesh mandragores are particularly nasty because of their use of skills to buff their defenses. Unfortunately, we have Chillblains, and also I have Running Sweep on my bar. I think the boss that I want is down there in that pool of that pool of light. Kind of a neat looking area. Okay. Getting access to more elites for elementalists would also be a big boon. Definitely something to work towards, I think. I think I'm going to want to check out this Resurrection Shrine before I go up there. I'm having a really hard time actually attacking. I think these guys are using stoning, and with weakness on me, it makes it really hard to actually land anything appreciable as far as the hits go. Do you have an elementalist Mandragore hunt? Well, that would have been good previously. Okay, well, I want to go do my capture first. Let's just head down to where that area is. Those guys are chunky in a, like, tanky sort of way. Well, I guess we're getting some use out of that Mandragore hunt after all. I can't say I'm thrilled about that. But I'm not upset by it either. Mandragore root. Okay. Well, that is a boss I'll need to come after later. Now is not the time. Yeah, there's a Whispers informant. That's who I want to talk to. Should have an elementals hunt for me. I can go after like Stone Shard Crags and whatever and start getting some Lightbringer ranks. Use a pointless skill. Yeah, Salon Beautiful Water. That's the boss I'm after. Well, that was a nice 1-2 punch. That should have got me my first Lightbringer points. I have like, what, 2 now? 4? Yeah. 2 enemies worth, which was 2 piece, which was 4. But whatever. Good job, Zenmai. I probably should have Irresistible Sweep instead of Ermites, but... Okay, well, this is gonna suck. There's no 2 ways around it. These guys are obnoxious. Yeah, I kind of suspected something like that might happen. Getting this boss under control is important. The problem is the Stone Shard Crags are a big threat in and of themselves, so... 37 piles of dust is pretty impressive. It's definitely not worth using right now with my current investments, but... One of the other things that they did with Eye of the North that I don't think is the case here, yeah, I have 10 promo points, is they made bosses worth more, like bonus reputation rank points. I know, this is 1 for each elemental you slay. Okay. Taking down a few elementals then. 10 elementals? Interesting. Well, regardless of how that's mathing out, Wisdom is account bound, I believe. So I've identified 80 rare items across this account so far. which is not very many if you ask me. Both of my elites are pretty useless right now because of my lack of investment in their relative attributes, but at least I have my third elite that is actually good. And is also the main one I'm using. Ooh. Could be a good rune. Might not be, but could be. I don't know what that balancer has, but the thing I'm looking for is somewhere down here. I could check. I'm guessing it's a core skill that I typically cap elsewhere, though. Probably Grunt's Balance, if I had to guess. There's definitely better places to capture that. They did need to make a place to capture it in Nightfall, so... Let's go set me on fire when it dies. That can't be avoided. Let me check if that was Grunt's Balance down there. It is. Just as I expected. Anyway, I'm gonna keep heading south, try to find this thing that'll grant me money and loot. Money is loot, but you know what I mean. Any manner of useful things. I think I need to be down there. Don't think over here it gets down there, so I need to find a different route. This is a cool map with some of the things I was doing. I will say, just thinking about some random stuff. It's been ages since I was in a cave, but I really want to visit a cave again. I really like their vibe and feel. Okay, well, these guys are going to be annoying. And honestly, games often don't capture it quite right. There are some spots I immediately think of as like, yes, that's cave vibes. Of like the sort of vibes I'm talking about. Like some of the caves in the Midwest that I visited when I was growing up. I'm getting nowhere fast. But something amusing about having a scale have the balancing skill. But anyway, there's a spot in Dark Souls just before Nido that has some very good cave vibes. But I don't know, it's just frequently not done. I think part of it is you really need sort of a balance of darkness and specularity, because the sense of like caves as being a dark, wet place, right? That's a good way of describing a cave. I mean, it's a bit superficial, but dark, wet, a little chilly. And so, like, the rocks around you are damp frequently and glistening, or you have some other really cool things going on with them just aesthetically. different formations and gemstones and stuff. And it's a very cool appearance that I feel like I don't see very often, and I'd like to see more often. I do feel somewhat motivated to fight these Jinn just because I know I'll get Lightbringer points from it. It's not terribly important, but... I'm also just trying to find my way down, and I don't know it, so... I come here so infrequently. Scale bounty, maybe? Hecate bounty, interesting. Well, there are Hecate around, so I'm happy to accept, so... I might be trying to avoid fighting them to some extent. Of course, this game's old enough that's not necessarily doing things like specularity and whatnot. I've been thinking a little bit lately about stuff that I miss. Yeah, that do not touch is what we're going for. Like, the area that I live right now has a lot of really going for it, but there's some things that I miss from where I lived in the Midwest growing up, and one of those was lightning bugs, or fireflies, if you want to call them that. Those are super cool, and we don't have them out here, which is a shame. I also just miss having a snowy winter. We'll typically get like a snow a year. It used to be more, honestly, when we first moved here, but I'm guessing global warming is to blame for that change. I think we get jumped by some Jinn when I touch this. Well, I've gotten the loot, so... Yeah, some of the bad Jinn, too. Akai Sosuke had a bad day. He got better, but he did have a bad day. Giant pile of gold. Now that is what I want for my thumbnail. It's just a gigantic pile of gold. Sparkling gold. Okay, there's maybe a screenshot without a skill effect going on in there. Did I capture... No, because it would be in there, right? I don't know what I've interacted with and what I haven't. I guess I'll go from Honor Hill. Well, I need to go buy a Signet of Capture because I think I ran myself out of them. I'll have to investigate some of this. Oh my goodness, I ran myself out of inventory space. That's for sure true. Superior air magic. Whoa. Yeah, that's worth a lot. Hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Juxquiz, it looks like. Unless that was an A. It's a little small on my screen, unfortunately. So, hopefully I got your name correct. I apologize if I did not. Ah, hello. Okay, now I can see it in there. It's a bit easier to read. Yes, welcome. Hope you are doing well today. Major Axe Mastery. That's probably not worth anything, but that's one of those ones that, like, is very much you never know territory. Okay. I think I'm just going to go to my guild hall. Yeah, I'm doing pretty well. I discovered this character has fewer skill points than I was hoping. I'm up to 2 now. Nice. Which really hampered my efforts. I don't know why I didn't just use the deposit materials button there, but old habits die hard. Okay. Superior air is probably not worth anything, but you never know. Okay, it's not. Major axe. That's almost certainly not worth anything. Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. I do need to spend some more time on my warrior as well, but it's a little bit hard to figure out balancing who I spend time on when. Okay, are any more of these rune laden? No. Random crippling machete. Yeah, I'm probably giving that to cost or something. These will drop off there. Undertakers. I don't think there's a reason to hang on to that, right? Not unless I want to use it. Elias. Do you have a chest insignia? No? Yeah, that's right. These characters are largely under-ruined. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and give him this Undertaker's insignia because it'll help his durability. Oh, I do need to identify the second garment. Hang on. I ran my identification kit out of charges, so I'm going to grab a couple. Restoration. That's one of those odd ones. Given that's bleeding, it's probably not worth anything, but crippled, you never know. Yeah, okay, it's not worth anything. That doesn't surprise me. Super Vigor's down to 25 plats. That's pretty affordable. Okay. Well, that one was not worth very much in the first place, huh? Identifying whites does increase their value, which is why I'm doing it. For anyone who hasn't been here and doesn't know why I'm bothering. And most of the time it's by enough that it's worth it. Probably not the ideal system, but it is how the game works. Okay, well, that's definitely enough money to go acquire all of the signals of capture my piddly 2 skill points could give me. I'm not going to bother with ruining anybody up right now, I don't think. Would probably not be a terrible idea, but I don't know. Not worrying about it. Okay, doke. Signet of capture. Grabbed. Let's see. Do I want to bring Rending Touch? I kind of want to. Part of me also wants to bring Irresistible Sweep, though, as well. Actually, I'm just going to bring Remedy Signet. Help a little bit with some of the blind or other random conditions that I've been getting thrown on me. Stretch. How's my wind purse? Pretty robust. Wow. They really made natural healing good at some point. Okay. Well, enough about natural healing's fortunes. Let's go. I don't know if this thing will have recharged. But it's probably been long enough since I've been here that it has. So I'm going to interact with it regardless. But this time I'm going to capture this elite skill, which apparently I didn't do the last time I was here, question mark. Oh my goodness. Where is... Okay, yeah, thank you. I was wondering where my Peace and Harmony was, and I definitely feeling the need for it. Do I have... Okay. These are good wells. It would be nice if they tinted wells based upon if they are allied or enemied. So that way... Wards too, actually. There's a lot of that little sort of thing that could potentially be quite handy. I think I've gotten this guy's skill. I think, yeah, that's Anthem of Guidance. So I have that already. I don't know what went on with Elias. I gave him a bad day, but I'm going to guess... Bipping had something to do with it. Seems like a safe guess. I really should just bring Irresistible Sweep. Definitely a couple of skills to consider where some of these enemy groups I'm encountering are concerned. Irresistible Sweep would get rid of the stances, the whirling defense that the Cornins have, and if it's the enchantment I'm dealing with, Rending Touch would actually be really a solid choice. Silver die. Nice. Honestly, I'm surprised I don't see die drops more frequently than I do. I feel like die drops have always been a little bit rare. There's not the sort of thing that you need a ton of necessarily, but I still do expect them a little bit more frequently than I get them. I know Priestering has a reputation for being die heavy, but I don't know how true that actually is, relatively speaking, or if it's just you just tend to get so much loot there that you see them more frequently. Zenmai just having a bad day, apparently. I do want to know where to get Song of Power. There's the skill I was here for. Butterfly Mirror. Neat. Okay. Well, that's 270 gold. I don't particularly care about this otherwise. I am happy for the plant fibers, though. Yeah, because energy plus 12. Like, it's inspiration offhand, and I just don't... Illusion... Like, Illusion 2020s or Domination 2020s tend to be preferable for Mesmers. I don't tend to want inspiration offhands. It's non-max health. And I don't really ever use the condition duration decreasing effects. I think I might actually, since I'm out here. This is not useful right now, so I don't have earth damage. I guess I could use it to momentarily cause blind of foes around me, but I might as well go get some more of the outposts up around here in this map. Yeah, I should really get some runes for those guys to make them a bit more effective. I'm just going on a skill capping spree. I've just captured like 5 skills the past, like, I don't know, within the last hour on this character specifically. You know, one thing I will say about the nerf to E-Surge is it makes E-Surge using enemies a heck of a lot less scary. And nerfing Mesmer enemies, like these Roaring Ethers, I believe use E-Surge. Yeah, they do, as you can see. It's definitely welcome. I think in particular of a E-Surge boss in Arborstone that can be particularly nasty. And not having to worry about that is so much is great. These guys are annoying because of their resurrection signet spamming ways, and because they're Mesmers, they get faster at casting on Res Sig, which is a little irritating. Actually, it's better for us right now to fight. I don't know if there's a thing over there, but to fight plants because we have a plant bounty. We don't have an elementals bounty, so avoiding, like, if I have to pick a group to fight, this is the better one. Just for what I have going on. Okay. Yeah, I just Bobby and Scout. That's fine. I'm just gonna stick that over there. The rest of the stuff is... Oh, these will go in my bank, and the rest of these things will get sold to the merchant, but I'm not gonna bother with that one over there. Well, let's avoid running into that group. Help it. Yeah. Those groups are throwing Aethers that combustible team don't. Yeah. Having those be less immediately threatening just because the... Actually, I'm going to need this Zagonair Bastion outpost later, so this is going to be kind of handy to go grab now. But yeah, not having them being able to utterly annihilate you with their E-Surges is actually kind of a welcome change. Okay, this is a large outpost. I do want... I don't need Ermites as much. Running Touch seems like it would be quite useful, as did Irresistible Sweep. Eternal Aura is an interesting one. It's not bad to use in a teardown build because just like triggering it is actually kind of handy. I don't really want Hermione's, but there's not a whole lot of utility in these attributes. I'll just throw Hexbreaker Rhea on there. Why not? You can use it every now and then. What is that set of symbols? I don't know what they're trying to spell with that. Perplexing. That's what I say. Perplexing. I'm just right now heading over to the Grand Court of Sepulchre. Might as well journey across some of these areas and grab a few more outposts. Margaret the Sly, so that does mean I'm going to do Adashim on this character. Might not go through, actually. I think I need to go down this way. Well, as soon as a couple of people died, I suddenly had energy. And that's what having Soul Reaping does for you. Can we undead? Yes, thank you. I prefer a living Dunkoro. It's a lot more useful. A lot more useful. I probably want runes before I'm doing Realm of Torment stuff, that's for sure. Okay, let's see. power is yours. Ruptured heart. Nice. That's okay. A ways away. I do want to try it. The power is yours at some point here. It's not urgent or anything, so I can kind of get there as I get there, but that is one that I want to be trying out at some point in time here. Hello, Yuli. You might have a lot of skills available, but guess who doesn't have a whole lot of funds for getting them? That'd be me. I don't have a lot of funds for getting them. Watchful Intervention is not a bad one to have available either. Mystic Healing I keep wanting, but alas, my skill points are insufficient in so many regards. I guess I could go do Eye of the North stuff if I want more skill points, or hero skill points anyway. It's not the worst idea. Did I at least rune up these guys? No. Boy, I have been extraordinarily neglectful. Okay, let's just grab like 4 plat, go to my guild hall, and get some runes for these guys, because this is just sad at this point. I will say, I probably will change up Elias a little bit here. Or I might wait to get him runes, one or the other. Okay. Let's start with Monk. I do want a minor healing prayers for Talcora because she might need that. I need 2 minor divine favors. And then superior healing and superior protection. Zenmai, I want minor deadly, minor shadow, major crit, major dagger. Elias, I think I'm going to hold off on Elias. Minor wilderness, and then I want major marksmanship, major expertise. Let's see, elementalist. Energy storage is actually a little pricey, so I'm not going to bother with that right now on either of them. They don't need that one. I do want major or super fire and super air. Okay, well that took some funds, but not too many. Okay, Sosuke, you get the superior fire magic headpiece. Zenmai, I'm gonna give you major dagger in your head. Major critical strikes on your gloves. Shadow arts. Deadly arts. Elias, I'm skipping for now. Dankoro gets a minor divine favor and superior healing. Akora gets superior protection, divine favor, and minor healing. Margaret, major marksmanship here, major expertise, and some wilderness survival. And Vaki gets some air. I'm holding off on Elias for right now because I guess I could get him some minor runes. Yeah, minor runes wouldn't be bad. I want to get him superior death eventually. But Elias, did I give you bloodstained anywhere? No. Bloodstained insignia is a good idea. Okay, these are all a little bit more expensive than I would have liked, but I'll wait to give him his everything else, but I can at least give him some stuff that would be useful now. And I'll wait to put his superior death on until I'm ready for him to actually do minions on this. But this will at least make these a little bit better, eh? A little bit better. A little bit better is good. I might drop her dagger mastery a little bit so I can get her critical strikes up a little bit more. Actually, 1313 seems good. That'll give her an additional energy gain from that, and I'm okay with these being a little bit lower. Yeah, that's gonna make him a heck of a lot more effective. Gonna make her more effective. I do like having peace and harmony. Just because it's the clear everything up skill. More expertise for her is going to help her a lot with her energy management. And then just damage for these two, obviously. Yeah, that'll improve this team a good bit. Okay, let's go to the buildings of choking area. The town right before it. Seems like a reasonable plan. Maybe I'll go this way. Kind of around this rock. This definitely has more of the like Persian Middle Eastern vibes going on. Kind of fun. I have no idea if my use of Hexbreaker area was useful or not. What do you got from your Vobian Scout? Insect hunt. I guess there's some over this way, right? Yeah, over there is where I'm headed. Like, the bounty system idea was good, but they definitely refined it a lot when we got to, okay, well, apparently we're going to fight some beetles. When they got to, Eye of the North, in my opinion. It's only gotten warmer today than I was expecting. Mihanu Township, that's the name. Okay. That's some good getting places. Yeah, I do have Gwen. I have Zed. Probably needs help just as much. That is very intentional looks over there. Obby pants. Basic, like, what, studded armor, chest and legs, obsidian gloves, and a blindfold. As somebody with a... They know what they want to do for their fashion. And they are determined to do it. Okey-doke. Time to go to more Tihark Orchard, I guess. No reason to delay continuing any longer. Not a whole lot to say about this trip. I mean, I've done it a couple of times already. If you don't cleanse yourself in the Font of Lists, then the priestess just says, you should go cleanse yourself in the Font of Lists. You know, I'm going to let this cutscene play and stretch some.
Welcome to the Garden of Severine, the most beautiful place in all of Vabi. This party is to celebrate the Day of Liss.
Looks impressive. Will the princes be here?
They wouldn't miss it. It's the social event of the season. Prince Amtor the Mighty is down from his citadel. His captains are a dour group. Prince Metu the Wise is here with his scholars and his daughter.
That's Talcora.
Yes, Princess Talcora, Metu's daughter. You mean she never told you? And Prince Baka the Magnificent. Well, he's here as well.
So it should be fairly easy to talk to them.
One does not simply go up to a prince and say hello. Talk to the members of their court first. Work your way to the top.
Sounds like a lot of trouble.
You would prefer to fight monsters? You'll find Vabi to be a more civilized land, but no less dangerous.
I have activated my fan. Okay. I would like my experience points, please. Thank you. I'll do that momentarily. I need a different bar if I'm gonna go over there, though. Let's see. I'll probably go down to like 11 and then go like this split. Good old 10, 10, 11. It's probably not super important, though. Far more important. I want attackers insight mark. Well, I definitely want pious restoration and natural healing, just to be cautious, I guess you could say. That could be a pretty strong heal too if you had enough enchantments. Chance to block while attacking. And I think that's probably smart. Okay. Now I'm ready. I don't happen to have another sight. I will swap to no weapon for the moment. Until I need to attack, it would be unwise, shall we say, to hold on to a scythe with a vampiric mod on it. I don't need the life drain. I can offset it with bias renewal, but can offset it and should be doing this are not the same thing. Of course, we did just see this. That's just how it goes. When I'm advancing two characters through the same content, you're gonna see repeat content. Morgan, I didn't expect you to be here. The good news is doing missions should give me a bunch of skill points, so... advancing through missions is actually more important than just getting access to new areas. I do like the female dervish dance. The detail of the spotting, where she's avoiding rotating her head as much by rotating her head while rotating her body in the opposite direction, helps with managing dizziness. It's just very intricately choreographed, and I do appreciate it. Like, the animation here is definitely something that they put a lot of effort into. Yeah, have a good July 4th as well, Ra. And thank you for dropping by. Have a good dinner. Okay, let's go... mime up this Lumo. You're going down, Silent Clown. Starting off with some begging. Okay, this guy's really begging today. Female Dervish beg mode is pretty nice, actually. Let's pick me. Ooh. Breath. That one's always tricky for me because I struggle to remember if it's breath or breathe. And which one has E on the end. I have no idea what's going on with your arm there, and I'm not going to worry about it. Okay, Jajumba, I'm back. I need a gift for the prince. How about I switch over to my scythe and give him the gift of your head? I recommend being more than level 10. Ooh, I'm about to get another skill point just from experience points, too. That'll be very helpful in my quest for acquiring all skills, because I need skill points to do that. You actually don't need skill points to get skills from tomes, but you do need the skills unlocked to be able to get them from tomes, so... you know, it is what it is. Go over to these nobles. You know, I will admit, I've never understood the appeal of getting drunk. I don't like the taste of alcohol in the first place. So, that probably doesn't help. But it just seems like anything that impairs your judgment like that just is really unappealing to me. Does this child have a drink? Nope. Does Lummo the Mime have a drink? But, like, the point of drinking contests is, like, I don't get it. Behold my healing abilities. It would be nice if I had something on me to deal with conditions, but I don't. It's not a huge deal. That's a pretty quick heal, actually. Okay, Rural Finance Minister Oluda. I have something in my possession I'd like to give him. I was just trying to convince these people that War Marshal Varish is a threat and being like, I don't believe you. bet that smells delicious. Also, oh my goodness, that would be so exhausting holding food out like that, steady with your arms extended so fully. Yeah, he's like, they have merit, but like, I got other issues. Part of me is like, I should play through this again, like focusing on the story, and then part of me is like, but I could just also just go watch the thing where I did that. I already did a story focused playthrough. You can find it on my YouTube channel where I put my VODs. And that's why you can find it there. I feel like that's probably pretty obvious, but well, I probably just weakened this foe by accident rather than protecting myself. Part of what's dangerous is these guys have interrupts. Seems somebody's healing me though. Oh, I'm healing me. I have a lot of healing on this bar. Twin Pious Renewal and Twin Moon Sweep. Honestly, taking more time to do the heal there is not super important. Oh my goodness. Do you have We Shall Return? Because if so, that's devastating to me. And by devastating, I mean really irritating. Like, activating in half second versus 1 second is certainly notable, but not, like, tremendously so. Dervish solos this so well compared to some of the other professions. I think I got through this already on my monk. Snatched. Okay. Well, that worked. Well, let's grab what? A random assortment of heroes. Sure. Oh yeah, this one's annoying. Okay. Do I want to keep doing some of this stuff? I don't think so. I don't need wind prayers right now. I'm quite content to... Let's see, where's Irresistible Sweep again? Quite content to bring those. And a random Hexbreaker, Rhea for a good measure. Okay. Signal of Aggression is not actually terrible there, given that I have a bunch of incoming and stuff, but... What's the... What am I... Oh, Mikani and the Mirror of Bliss. Okay. I think she's out this way, isn't she? Yeah, I'm right. Anyways, wondering, it is about... My phone was saying it's 77 degrees Fahrenheit outside, which is too many degrees by a few. Or at least it is if you ask me. And given this is my stream, I will in fact state my opinion on the matter. I don't know what that is in Celsius, but regardless. Oh, I should go get incoming. I was thinking of getting that on my Necromancer. I probably will eventually, but I might just get it on this character just to have it. I think there's a spot beside Zaganir Bastion to go get it. I would really like it unlocked, so I might make that a priority. I mean, obviously I'm here, so I'm going to do this quest now, but... I'm getting confused about which way is which. I just know there's some weird finickiness to getting incoming. That's the main thing I remember about it. But do I have a signal capture on me? I do. That one has incoming's name all over it. Prince Bakken the Magnificent. Hello. Okay, so it looks like it should be pretty straightforward to go get Scratcher. All's well that ends well. Looks like it's really close to going through there, actually. Okay, well, I will examine that in a moment in more detail. While I'm waiting to fight the Cornin interlopers. Stony interlopers, whatever. They're who needs to wield a weapon right now? I certainly don't. Vaughn the Venerable. Okay. We've got a play going on. Looks like, yeah, this is... If I go through Honor Hill along the northern edge, it looks like the boss that I want should be just outside there. Getting incoming would be a huge boon to my options as far as I'm concerned. Just... It's such a default skill for command because the run speed buff is so nice. A lot of command elites are kind of... not particularly important, I suppose. I'm not the biggest fan of Zenmai's default outfit, that's for sure. I like getting her some hero armor. That's a low priority. To striking off in search of his destiny and a new home for his people, the prince traveled across the Shiverbeak Mountains and headed toward Kryta. It sounds like a great moment to have some jelly beans. Delicious. Oh, good. I like plan B as well. Wait, what? Oh dear. Okay, back to Honor Hill. I have two things to do here. That's the first one. And this is the second. Okay, but what if, go with me on this journey, I instead went over this way so I could go pick up incoming. Okay, time to go this way. This is definitely a Peace and Harmony did a lot of work sort of situation. Yeah, I can feel if I put my leg at this angle. It's a bit more natural for me than trying to do it with the left side, but my right knee is not super happy about the decision. Probably should avoid that then. Okay, can anybody teach Zenmai how to do a dagger chain combo? Hey, she managed it. I mean, it might just be enemies dying as well. That can cause issues too. You know, it's been a long while since I've been through these caves. I'm getting a lot of victory tokens. Okay, it's probably worth picking up. I don't know if we'll actually encounter any more, but up to 6 Lightbringer promo points, and that's got to be worth something, right? Oh, looks like we have favor of the gods, but also that I'm right at my portal, so it didn't really matter in the end. That's okay. needs swirling effect, isn't it? I wonder how the population is right now with the mobile release. Like, how has that affected things, I wonder? What do you want me to hunt? Whisper's Informant? Elementals, like normal? This is the boss I need. Scratcher. You can see why we went that direction. It's basically what the wiki was recommending, but... Okay. Incoming unlocked is a huge deal, and I am happy to be here for it. No, can't use skills on dead enemies. Okay. Well. Back to those two. Is it this way this time? Which one is this? I don't remember anymore. It is over here. Okay. It's like over here twice and then over on the other side another time. Actually, what skill does Juntalk have? Anthem of Guidance. Okay, I already have that one. I can't touch this. Well, whatever. We dealt with a problem. Hey, Kahani. As I get you in the Grand Court of Sibelka, I imagine. Of course, I had it already, but, you know, doesn't hurt. Yes, the halls of choking. Holdings of choking, whatever. Getting all through the desolation and everything is definitely going to take a while, but I do kind of want to make my way that way. It's really difficult to know what to prioritize. To some extent, I've unlocked a lot of skills. In another way, I have not unlocked very many. More missions definitely will help, though, just because I do need the attribute points. It's hard to argue with that. I wish there was a way that I could assign a skill priority usage. Not quite sure how it would work, though. I think heroes might have slightly smaller aggro ranges than the player. Anyway, it'd be nice if I could make sure Vac knows Thunderclap is really important to use, because it fuels a bunch of stuff. Primarily, it fuels Body Shot and Shock Arrow, but... I should probably drop Zenmai for something else and swap Elias around a little bit. Actually, I have an idea in mind for a Gwen build I might do, depending upon how she's been ruined. If she hasn't been ruined, then it's pretty straightforward. Probably drop Zenmai for her. Although, that's probably not worth worrying too much about until we get through Arashim, because what I'm thinking is stuff that'll give Elias his corpses. Although, Arashim is still probably better to have Gwen than have Zenmai, right? Although, yeah, one of those. Maybe there are choices that I would make differently if I had more elites. I could go /warrior on Zenmai though, and pull in Skullcrack. That might be worth. Or maybe Deadly Arts I have like nothing unlocked. Shadow Arts I have slightly less nothing unlocked. Slightly, yeah, so more unlocked. Slightly less nothing. I don't know if that entirely made sense. Yeah, I'm just thinking through what I want to do here. Well, I'm going to kill these right here. Not much I do know. Freaking Jacaranda. I might do Adashim and then wrap up there. Seems reasonable. Okay, Judgmental Lock. I don't care about what's happening in the Fortress of Jahai. I mean, I do. I think there's some really cool story stuff that's happening there, if I remember correctly. But in terms of, like, me doing things at this precise moment, it is largely immaterial. Neat. Non-max thing. That one I need to hang on to. Attunement is one of those runes that, like, fluctuates in value. Actually, the merchant's right over here. I don't know how I ended up with a platinum, but I'm certainly not complaining. Okay. Excuse me. I don't think Hexbreaker Area is going to be good here. Being able to get rid of burning will probably not be a bad choice, but a movement speed buff also is not unwarranted. Is Pious Haste an Eye of the North? I'm going to check what the Dervish Eye of the North skills are. It's going to be annoying to get back here, but it might be worth doing. The beautiful female. That's what that means if you translate it. I'm just going to grab some platinum. I probably want more signals of capture. Not just more skills, but...
I'm afraid I'm busy.
Yeah, well... Okay, it's not here. I will grab a couple signals of capture charges. Yeah, I mean, I do want some of these skills eventually. I just don't... They're not a priority right now. I'll grab Ore Slicer while I'm here, I guess. Signal Mystic Speed is interesting. And I might as well grab Shield of Force, but it's definitely a situation where... They did not have the skill that I was hoping for. Which means it's in... I have North somewhere. And also, I'm also out of skill points, which is, you know, not ideal. But hey, at least I spawned next to the Elonian Travel person, so that's convenient. That is not what I was trying to click on, game. Thank you. Is that somebody with... No, that's Melandri Reforged, right? Yeah. Still, having some elite armor pieces on such a character is impressive. Friend Court of Sepulchre. Well, this isn't quite where I want to go. I want to go to Dasha Vestibule, but my brain didn't. Whatever. Okay, none of those were particularly helpful. I guess there is there are a couple of elites at the end of this, but Angelic Bond, Zealous Vow I just already got. Angelic Bond I think is leadership, right? Zealous Vow is the Wind Prayer Zingi that I got here. Yeah, that is a leadership elite skill. Not one I'm like super hyped about or anything. Might as well get it. I'll bring a Signal of Capture on the off chance that I am able to capture that, I guess. I think I'm going to move Zenmai over to Warrior. Because I think... I mean, a couple of things, but... Are there any tactic skills that would be good here? Strength is obviously not super useful. Yeah, actually. Okay, I'm gonna give her Skullcrack and Fear Me. Fear Me is quite useful in Assassins. So, you know. Skullcrack, also quite useful. I'm gonna give her Watch Yourself to help protect the rest of the party. So hopefully she gets enough attacking in. Elias... I mean, yeah, Barbs is good with what we've got going on, so... I don't know if he needs Chillblains here at this point. Chillblains is probably not doing him a whole lot of good, if I had to guess. You know, actually, what I might do here is just throw on Extinguish instead of Chillblains. I have plenty of enchantment removal myself, so that seems reasonable. I also think... I guess Heaven's Delight, so that's reasonable. I could go with a Healer's Boon Bar, though. Yeah, let's go Monk Elementalist. Not really a Vigorous Spirit type of bar. I'm actually going to give him Renew Life because a quick activating Resurrection skill is actually quite strong. I do want... Let's see, heal party. Glyph of Lesser Energy. I think just Orson. Yeah, this is probably fine. A little clunky. I don't... Signet of Rejuvenation is a strong enough heal. And for Talcora, I think Peace and Harmony is less important than Shield of Regeneration for keeping people alive. Guardian is still good, but I'm gonna give her Extinguish as well. I'm gonna drop Mend Ailment, I think, in favor of Glyph of Lesser on her too. I know I have a bip, but sometimes you need more than just bipping. Also, I want Broadhead Arrow here. And Read the Wind. This one's definitely weak, but I don't know what I want to do about that. I am concerned about Talcora's energy, but there's not a whole lot I can do about that. I mean, there is some stuff that I can do, but I mean, I already did stuff about it, so. Order of Pain will make Margaret on my and me deal more damage, so it's worth having. Well, it's probably not too high pressure, so I'll just roll with this and see how it goes. I am bringing a lot of days, so hopefully that'll help with the casters that are such a problem in this mission. Hey, Goran. Okay. Yeah, I think going through this and then wrapping up. It's maybe a little bit shorter than average, but I usually aim for a 4 to 5 hour stream. And it will be in that range, so it's good for me. The other thing is just, like, it's getting late, and I'm getting hungry, so... Okay. Sakura used it first. Yeah. Okay, they both used it that time. It's not ideal outcome, but rather than both use it than neither. Things do like their fire. I'm more concerned about this than anything else. Where do you think you're going? Hmm? These roaring ethers have absolutely crushed our energy supplies, but I don't know what else to say about it than that. I need Elias to spend some time bipping, but he also needs health to be able to do that with, so a little bit of a tricky situation with the healers. Okay. I give up. Let's just keep moving. The doors to the other chamber should be open now. Well, doors to another chamber are open. There's some chance I'll capture the skill at the end of this. We'll see. If I don't, then I just need to come back in here and get it, which is not a huge deal. Oh goodness, that was a mistake. Okay, I am going to wait. Yeah, didn't want to get caught up in that again. That deals so much damage so quickly. I don't like how much AP Dunkor already has. But, oh well, not much I can do about that fact right now, I suppose. And a victory token. Portents of things to come? Question mark. If I'm not able to capture the elite here, I'm probably just going to save it for the next stream. There's good reasons to come into the Hidden City of Autoshim anyway. Since there's another one of those, like, do not touch type dealies in here. Let's see. This is Balthazar. Surrender you see me daily. You don't see why. This is Wayna. Goddess of Air. This is Air. Golden Baron. Walking Doom's Wake is Grenth. With the mask. Alyssa. You get some fights if you get this wrong. Doesn't force is Melandrew. And it always ends in Abaddon. It definitely feels like they like shoehorn him in, but again, we had Abaddon's Mouth the Volcano, so it's like, we had some hints, you know? Some hints. Now we have to run all the way over to there. It is fine. Stretching is important. Okay, I know those just ended, so I feel comfortable running through here. Especially since I have this fallback chain to help me get through them quickly. Kind of wish I had something somewhat similar to the action cam that I could toggle on. So that way I wasn't having to hold down the right button. I don't think there's anything like that anyway. Maybe I should check just to be sure. I just finished, so that's good. Where to put that in general? Start mouse control of camera. I don't think that's what I want. I think I'm good on that front. 11. Let's get that menu out of here. Like, it didn't. Nothing in that rang as being the thing that I'm talking about, so. It may have been, but if so, I didn't know it to be that thing. Step 1, clear out the thunders of Adashim. Oh, that was more navigable than I realized. That was a long knockdown. Like a 4-second knockdown, yeah. Oh, it also forces you to drop bundles, it looks like. I will admit I did not fully see. Said, if players can bundle item is destroyed, the skill cannot be disabled, I think it said. Oh my. Can you fail this if the crystal gets broken by the Quake of Adashim skill? I haven't the foggiest. Well, the easiest is just these two in the middle. Okay. Ruby guarded chest of Adashim. Almost done. Man, bringing 2 copies of Extinguished feels like it was the right move. Really does. And you just get spammed with so much AoE burning in this mission. Being able to put it out helps save you a lot of damage. Even if it's like a 4-second burn deals like almost 60 damage. So being able to put it out by itself can save a lot. And the Heart of Holy Flame does like a 4-second burn, I think, at high enough levels. Always respect the traps. It takes a lot less time to avoid being hit by those and having your party wiped by them. Especially at this juncture. Okay. This part is always a little bit dangerous feeling. I need Cormab. Guess I don't have to fight Cormab first. Okay. Just make sure everyone's stuff is... I appear to be. I'm gonna see if I can pull. Okay, the run speed actually is a detriment to pulling. Cormab needs to go down. Okay. Got it. Excellent. Not that Angelic Bond is any good, but I'm still happy to have been able to snag it. And not have to worry about trying to go get it later. So that's very convenient. That worked out quite well.
Princes, your people.
Yes, your people need you. I will accept this. I'm going to go ahead and grab the next primary quests because it seems like a good idea to have them in hand. Highly salvageable, you say? No, just got a bajillion dust. Okay. 93 piles of glittering dust from that, for anybody who is curious, which is a lot of dust. Too much dust, it would seem, for my meager storage supply. We will stick this dust here. I should probably turn some of these into like tempered glass vials or something. I'm gonna find an artisan to do that with, though. There's an NPC I was wanting to interact with. A rune trader. I want to see if attunement is worth anything right now. Scouts almost certainly is not. That's a ranger one. Yeah. Attunement has enough value that it's worth checking. Okay, 90 gold. Nice. This can go to the merchant. A little over platinum deposit. That's nice. Go ahead and slot that on. Cool. Well, like I said, I think this is going to be where I wrap up for the day. I'll probably grab Norgu next as my next, like, useful objective to do. Marrow Feast. I don't know what I was thinking. I can turn into Tihark Orchard, but I don't need to do that just now, so I will not. So anyway, there's like people in all of the outposts, which is really cool. But that's going to go ahead and wrap things up for me for today. It has been a good stream. Made a lot of progress. A lot of Vobby going on. Nice little theater. A little local theater. Test some stuff out before going to Prince Bach the Magnificent, I assume. But anyway, thank you all, like I said, very much for watching. And boy, I am stumbling over my words because I'm trying to say too many of them at the same time. It just does not work for some reason. But that's life. Right. Thank you very much for watching. Until next time, take care, everyone. And goodbye. I absolutely want... If I want to wave, I have to type wave correctly, don't I?